like to call the Williamsburg Board of Education June 8th, 2026 meeting to order with roll call with Kim White.
Roger Faulkner.
Here.
Donnie Patrick.
Here.
Kim Williams. Here. Kim White. Here.
And Pledge of Allegiance by Roger Faulkner.
Everybody please stand. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You remain standing for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you, Seeker.
Thank you. The first item would be approval of the meeting agenda for today. Are there any additions or deletions?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And it passes. Approval of the May 27, 2026 special call board meeting minutes. May I have a motion?
Motion.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. And the approval passes. The next item is the staff and student recognitions. We have two. And
Yep.
Ms. Housekeeper, will you help us with that?
Yes. Okay, the very first thing I want to say, I always try to say this at a board meeting, especially because it's public, but Going the Extra Mile Awards are some of my favorite things that we do here because these are staff-nominated or community-nominated recipients of this award. And so they always write a statement about why, and so I love reading those. All right, the very first one is for Mr. Mark Canada. So just 1 second, I'm going to have you come up here. Mr. Mark, one of the things I wanted to say that's not written is I wish I had more students. You were nominated at the end of the year, but I wish some of our students could have had a little bit of input on this because what I hear a lot of is, hey, can Mr. Mark drive us tomorrow? Hey, Miss Housekeeper, do you think Mr. Mark could go back driving us to wherever? And so you are a fan favorite with our students. But the person who nominated you said this: Williamsburg Independent Schools is proud to recognize Mr. Mark Canada as our latest recipient of the Going the Extra Mile Award. As a dedicated bus driver, Mr. Canada does far more than safely transport students to and from school each day. He builds relationships, creates a welcoming environment, and brings positivity to everyone he encounters. Students look forward to seeing him. Staff appreciates his kindness and dependability, and his genuine care for others is evident in everything he does. Mr. Canada consistently demonstrates the heart of a Yellow Jacket by treating students with respect, encouragement, and compassion. His commitment to our school community makes a lasting difference, and we are grateful for the joy, dedication, and servant leadership he brings to Williamsburg Independent Schools. Come on up.
And I can add to that, you never see him standing around, he's always working.
He's always working. And almost cut off his finger, but it didn't stop him. He was here the next day after being at UK. We appreciate you. You got it? Okay. Hey, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You're awesome.
Appreciate you, man.
Are you going to stay right there?
Well, yeah, but I don't have a microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the next one is a lady who came to us from out of state. And we felt like the minute she got here, we were trying to think of all the ways that we needed her most because she comes with a plethora of skills and gifts and talents. But her greatest gift is with our students. And so I did not nominate you, Miss Laurelyn, but whoever did absolutely said it perfectly. Laura Lynn Miser is truly deserving of the Going the Extra Mile Award for the unwavering dedication, compassion, and stability she has provided to our positive approach to school success classroom. In Mr. Faulkner's classroom, she has consistently been a calm and steady presence for our students, building meaningful relationships and creating an environment where they feel safe, supported, and valued. During one of the most difficult periods our classroom has faced, when an accident required Mr. Faulkner to take an extended leave, Laura Lynn stepped in without hesitation. She showed up each day with patience, grace, and genuine love for our students. Through their hardest days, she provided the consistency and care they desperately needed. Her ability to remain calm while supporting students emotionally and academically made an immeasurable impact on both the students and the staff. Laura Lynn's kindness, empathy, and commitment to students do not go unnoticed. She goes far beyond the expectations of her role, always putting students first and ensuring they feel seen, heard, and cared for. While we are excited for the students at Mighty Oaks Learning Center, who will soon benefit from her gifts, actually, they already have. She's already started that role. Her presence in our past classroom will be deeply missed. Laura Lynn Miser is an incredible asset to our district, and her dedication to serving students with compassion and excellence embodies exactly what the Going the Extra Mile Award represents. I would say it'd be really hard for us to get you back from the Mighty Oaks. Thank you, girls. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any special speakers? WEA representative, Mr. Aaron Brock.
Hey everyone. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the teachers that I represent, but also I'm always going to speak as a parent of next year going to be 2 kids in this school building, and always a member of this community. And really what I want to start with is by saying I know this community is not doing itself any favors right now with how it's acting online. But what I want to say is that we are looking to this school as the heartbeat of this community. And I feel as a teacher, as a parent, as a member of this community, that the school needs to tell us how everything is going to be fixed and be positive moving forward, right? We don't have to get into specifics. Here's the problem, here's the fix. A lot of people don't know what they don't know, but I think it's our job as a school to represent this community the best way and to be positive, moving forward, and make sure that everybody's behind this school. We're rallying behind it. We know that there's good momentum going forward, and we can do everything we can to support the kids that are in this building, the teachers that are in this building, and get the community brought back into this place in such a positive mindset. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is the superintendent report, and Superintendent Housekeeper will present her end-of-the-year evaluation evidence and capstone. We may want to move. I'm going to move.
Okay, my first year at Williamsburg, and I don't know if you guys already know this, maybe that's why you're here, I don't know, but my contract actually ends June 30th of this year, so here in just about 21 more days. And so one of the things I thought would be great is, first of all, I just wanted pictures, and there's more copies of my capstone back there for anybody who wants one. But a superintendent evaluation is based on 7 standards. And so you'll hear me talk, I promise I won't read every word, but you'll hear me talk a lot about the strategic leadership, instructional leadership, and cultural leadership, and so on. And so that's what the capstone is based on, is the individual learning plan rubric that is set aside for superintendents through the next generation standards. So for strategic leadership, I've kind of picked out evidence. Now, board members, you have more in your packet for the evaluation piece of this today. I've created evidence for each one of those indicators so that you can see that individually and a place to take notes. But I just picked out things that I wanted to celebrate that were positive and that are highlights from my last 3 years here. The very first thing I'm super proud of is when I learned what a CDIP was. That's the Comprehensive District Improvement Plan. I thought it was a compliance-based task. Well, it's not. It's truly your plan, your vision, and your mission. And so I have been able to use our CDIP to engage a lot of different ways with the community and with stakeholders. So I'm extremely proud to say that for the last 3 years, well, I would say definitely the last 2 years, our CDIP has driven every single decision that we've made. And that goes with our budgets, our instructional alignment, building our local needs assessment, making sure that we are tapping into what are the true needs of our community. And you'll see in just a few minutes where we're going forward with that. Mr. Brock and I met for a couple hours this morning and just kind of talking about, okay, hearing what the community needs are, now what are we going to do with that? And so I have a plan ready for that. To make sure we are all in alignment, one of the things I'm extremely proud of and I've enjoyed is the last 3 summers we've done a leadership retreat. Now, a lot of people have been like, what, you take them to the beach? No, we go to Main Street Baptist Church in the old sanctuary, and we start aligning our goals and setting our mission and vision. And you can see some pictures there of our leaders working together for that. But a couple years back, we sent out the continuous improvement QR code where families had the opportunity to weigh in on what do they think needs to be our priorities, what goals do they think that we need to set. And so I am very proud of the amount of work that we've done to engage our stakeholders in all of these opportunities, including creating our jacket learner competencies. And so in the pictures here, you can see that our administrators, we went to a leadership retreat there at the bottom. Not a retreat, it was more of a professional learning opportunity, and it was a great way to build relationships between district and school leaders. But also, I will never leave out the work that I've done with our seniors. Each year, I've had the opportunity, and honestly, it's probably the greatest highlight of my superintendency, is getting to meet with our seniors monthly or bi-monthly, where I help them plan and create strategic plans for what are you going to do after you get your diploma. And that has been some of the most rewarding work out there. Just getting to talk to them and understand what they've gained from Williamsburg. Actually, a lot of our decisions and systems that we've improved have come from what our seniors have said. My first year, I was able to say, guess what, guys? You're on your way out, and I'm brand new, so you can say anything you want to say to me. And that was one of the greatest opportunities to engage student feedback and see what legacy they wanted to leave here. As far as instructional leadership goes, some of the things that we've done is I came in my first year thinking we just needed to kind of oil the machine a little bit with instruction. And then I realized, hold on a minute, we really need to start with teacher effectiveness. And so we have revised with the 50-50 committee. We've revised and completely revamped our district evaluation plan. And that district evaluation plan is not just a thing that we post on the website. It is an active document that is constantly evolving with feedback and changes, but also it's creating that growth mindset even among our adults. And so they create their own professional growth plan, and included in that, and I think I mentioned it last time, is they have a student learning goal also. How are they tracking student learning? And then also our professional learning plans have been a huge focus, not just for independent learning, but also it drives our PD Palooza, and I have to give Josh Patrick credit for this, but he works a lot with our community stakeholders. And even last year, we reached out. You can see a few pictures here in a minute, but we had people come from all over, even from Louisville, from different pockets, to just provide PD because our teachers said, this is what I need professional learning in. Now, always we can improve those systems, but last year we had a 2-day PD Palooza that was designed to offer opportunities for everybody to learn based on what they're saying that they need learning in. But a couple of things in these pictures, I am super proud of what we see here. The first thing is at the bottom left, that's our Make-A-Wish Foundation. I don't get credit for that, but it's something that I'm very, very proud of. Miss Christy Stewart is the one who really heads that up for our gifted students to be a part of. And for the last 3 years, we have raised money to provide a Make-A-Wish opportunity for students who might have a chronic illness and may not get those opportunities in the future. And I love it because she allows our students to lead that work. I feel like this page kind of just shares that we say yes to students. One of the things that I'm super proud of is we have resurrected our STLP program here, and our kids have rocked it. They have done podcasts, they've done webcasts, and they have scored among the top in the state with that. And it was just simply advertising the good things that we're already doing. It wasn't extra. I mean, the trip was extra, and Miss Lowry and Timothy Wyatt, they really owned that. But the bottom picture to the right is something that I feel like I really need to point out, because that's, if you want to know who I am as a person, it's that I like to say yes to kids. And we have a student there. Actually, our PTO had a Christmas bazaar, not this past year, but the year back. And they solicited vendors to come in and sell their products. And it was a fundraiser for the district, or for the PTO. And we had a student who said, hey, I have a talent. I want to sell my own homemade crocheted whatever creations. And I was so pumped at the Christmas bazaar that I paid $21 for that crocheted yellow jacket there, because I was so pumped that a student was brave enough. First of all, I can't imagine how long it took him to make that, and I really felt bad because it was the biggest one in the section, in the whole table. But I was super proud because he was bold enough to set up his own vendor table, and he was able to talk about the learning he had done in the process. And then I made sure I gave him the highest dollar for that, because we say yes to kids. I love the picture of our director of nutrition, who is doing a cooking class with our students after school. And one of the things that I love the most about Williamsburg is it goes beyond the classroom, everything we do. And everybody is involved in the learning. Everybody's involved with students. And then I have to talk about the horse. A graduate of Williamsburg came in on FFA week this past year and said, hey, Miss Housekeeper, do you care if I bring some goats and a horse over to the new board office? And I said, bring them on. And so we had goats trampling through the new board office and horses out in the yard. And those are things I'm proud of, because students took the initiative and felt courage to be able to ask for that. I have to continue with instructional leadership because it kind of paints the picture of where we're headed. These pictures make me extremely proud of our district. My first year as superintendent, I didn't even know what JAG Kentucky was, had no idea, and we went to a KSBA conference and I learned about it. It's called Jobs for American Graduates. And I was like, hold on a minute. They're making money off of something we're trying to do, so let's get connected with them. So we initiated high school JAG 2 years ago, and it was one of the greatest success stories that has come out of the last 3 years. And now we are going to be introducing a middle school JAG program next year. But it put our students in front of local leaders. If you can see in the picture there, it's got our mayor. It has one of our representatives, Nick Wilson, there. And our students have been able to brush shoulders with very, very important people. And it's provided opportunities for them that they may not have had if we hadn't had JAG, who were building those bridges. The very bottom, you can see there are students holding up a newspaper. Well, I'm always thinking of ways to create relevancy in the learning that we are doing. And I feel like students are going to learn if they know why they're learning it. And so we were talking about writing class. Actually, Dr. Dow, he is a phenomenal writing teacher, and we were just talking about how to prepare kids to have writing for purpose. And someone, I can't remember who, said something about a newspaper. And I'm like, why can't our students create a newspaper? And then after hearing from alumni said, we used to have a newspaper. It was called the Jacket Journal or something. And I was like, well, why can't we resurrect it? And so my only caveat was that it had to be 100% student driven. If there were typos, we'll teach them about that, but we're not going to fix it for them. I want students taking the pictures. I want students creating the design. And one of the students came up to me and said, "Oh, but we won't really ever print this. This is just for fun." And I said, "You get the newspaper done and we'll get it printed." So newspaper was finished. We rolled it out on a piece of, on a big cart and brought the newspaper club down to celebrate the kids. They had no idea, and they did not believe that we would really get them printed. Actually, one student walked past me in the hallway and said, "Oh man, I should have stayed in newspaper club because I just didn't think we'd actually do it." And so that goes right along with the heart of what I'm trying to do here, and it's do what our kids are asking of us and staying true to what matters to them, because if learning matters, they're going to make gains. And that's how your test scores go up. You give a little as an adult and someone who can make those differences, and they'll give a little. That's what it is. And then at the bottom right, this was actually during a board meeting. You guys remember Mr. Maddox Johnson. He addressed the board talking about how Williamsburg Independent has changed his life. And my relationship with Maddox is one of the most proud things that I have in my superintendency. Maddox was a student when I got here who didn't talk to others. He didn't love school. And it took Miss Kayla Henderson and the work-based learning program to ask what he enjoyed doing. And we just created opportunities to let him do those things. And that kiddo stood and addressed the board in December talking about how this place has changed his life for the better. And I don't know what else celebrates the good better than that story. Cultural leadership, I feel like we've done a lot with this. Still going. I mean, I could go on and on, but I won't. But just things that we've tried to make sure are consistent are going the Extra Mile Awards. 2 or 3 years ago, we initiated the Teacher and Employee of the Year Awards in partnership with Fort Bank, where teachers are given, we can never pay teachers enough for the work that they do. Teachers are the heart of any person's life. And I believe teaching is the most important job in the world. So every time I can celebrate teachers, that's what I try to do. I created the Holly Jolly Trolley, and that turned into the Valentine Graham cart and snack carts. And I'm pretty sure there was one day that Miss Dina and Miss Parton and I spent the entire day making over 1,000 milkshakes that were hand-delivered to teachers and students by us. It nearly killed us, but we made sure everybody got one. And so those are just some little things. We've rented out tomahawks for the whole staff to be a part of. Jacket family Christmas parties. They've looked at all different kinds of ways. And then I think the most important thing about culture is trying to be present, trying to make sure that, I try to write handwritten notes. My first year, I try to do 3 every morning. And then that's kind of trickled off. My goal for next year, if given the opportunity, is to start my day with just being in the building only, not beginning tasks, but to just be present and just love on the people that we have here. Those are just some pictures. I went to Dollywood with the senior class. That was a lot of fun. Tomahawks, but also I want to point out the picture to the top right. I was leaving a basketball game late one night, and it was still trickling down, and I just see a student with the broom and the dustpan, and he said, "How you hold this thing?" And so I went over and I helped him learn how to use the broom and the dustpan, and I feel like that spoke volumes as to what we're trying to do here. We have a kiddo who is willing to take initiative, clean up the old main lobby, even though he didn't know how to use a broom. I think that's huge. Those are just some other great things. I had to put my own 2 children in there, putting whipped cream on Miss Winchester's head. Thought that was perfect because they are the 2 that aggravate her the most. But also the snow challenge, who could forget that? I think I had to break ice to be able to do my snow angel challenge. But those are things that just show our students that we love them and that we care. As far as human resources leadership goes, obviously we're always trying to recruit the highest quality, highest caliber of teachers. I would say, I would argue that we've done a really great job. We got Jackie Haar sitting here, brought her from Florida. She started out being a business teacher, turned into, wait a minute, we need somebody else. And I think it's been I feel like you've changed lives already. I think my dream scenario for the front office staff was Miss Amanda, sunshine of the school. Just choosing people that are not going to say, well, how much money am I going to make? They're going to say, well, what can I do? What else can I do? And that's what our goal is. That's what we're trying to do. We separated my first year. We separated from an auditor's. The auditor's suggestion was that our payroll person should never be the same as our finance officer. So we created a payroll position where only one person we got someone taking care of the people in the district instead of having the same person that sets the budget also take care of that. Our website, I wish we had before and after shots. We have completely revamped our website. It looks amazing, and that is the team of people, not me. I mess it up every time I get in there. So that is absolutely no accolades to me other than I said we got to do better. This cannot look like this. I have to put our link to our website on everything that I submit to the state, and I'm a little bit embarrassed. So we're going to fix that. And guess what? Now it's an active part of what we do. As far as the managerial leadership, it actually covers a huge, broad spectrum of things. It's putting in safety, making sure we have safety measures, working with the local EMS and fire department, creating safety plans, talking to the fire chief, all the way to budgeting, and all the way to just how do we take care of grounds. And the positions that I've created in the district have been for facilities, to focus on facilities. And I don't know if you know Mr. Mike Abbott, but he is absolutely an important piece of why our facilities look good and why they're maintained. We talked about last year how our district facilities plan and the architect that did it talked about how every piece of our building could be rated as dead according to KDE, and Mr. Abbott has a strategic plan. He has created a way to get us to a better facility, and then our job is to just support him financially and make sure that we're able to do those things. So I couldn't get past this without pointing out that we did complete a football field. We finished a football field my first year. I'd never even heard about what a BG1 was, but I quickly had to learn what a BG1 was and how we use bonded money to create opportunities for our district and what that means. I thought it was like financing a house. Well, nope, it's not. It's very, very different than that, and lots of legal jargon that I had to learn quickly because right out of the gate, that was one of the first things we had to do. The other thing that we have been trying for 2 years to get going and has finally come to fruition is the Mighty Oaks Learning Center over at Main Street Baptist. Donnie Bruce can tell you it's been 2 years of a lot of work. It is not easy. I thought, well, my goodness, if we have preschool in our building, doesn't it run just like that? Absolutely not. It does not run like that. The regulations are vastly different, and we're hoping that we've had this soft opening, and we're hoping that in the fall we're going to be able to enroll way more students, and just to help the community, help our teachers, help professors that work at the University of the Cumberlands, and just create that partnership and opportunity for families. Collaborative leadership, I could go on and on about that, but I won't. I've worked really, really hard to build collaborative relationships with Southeast South Central, the Kentucky Association for School Superintendents, also just alumni. Alumni is still one of my biggest focuses. We actually just met Ms. Judd and Dr. Moss and I met last week. We're still looking at ways to engage our alumni because I feel like that is the heart of this place. Every time I talk to someone who's an alum, I walk away feeling like, okay, that's why I'm here. Their heart for this place is unmatched. And whether it's me or someone else, I will tell anybody who leads this district, the alumni is what makes you want to do this job because they love the place. And I think that that's critical, and it also points to what Mr. Brock and I discussed this morning, was just making sure we're tapping into them, giving them up-to-date information, and just finding them, locating them. But I'm super proud that last summer I was able to bring in our Commissioner Robbie Fletcher. Robbie and I have worked together in other ways, but his heart for school districts is unmatched. He cares a lot about rural communities, and he cares a lot about providing opportunities for students. And so I was able to bring him in, give our staff a chance to hear hot off the press what his goals are as he's commissioner. And that's going to trickle in even to this summer, talking about the local accountability model, and then also what does accountability assessment look like next year. You know, KSA is extremely difficult to measure across years because the test always is changing. But his goal is to create that community and local support. And super proud of my collaboration with JAG. Actually, I was named JAG Superintendent of the Year last year. It made me kind of chuckle because I'm like, this is just what we do for kids, but something that I'm super proud of. Influential leadership is something that I felt like coming into this would be extremely hard for me because I was new to the community. And it's how you connect within the community and what are you doing to talk to stakeholders. I still find it difficult because I was not an original Williamsburg girl, but I'm going to tell you, the relationships that I have created in being in this role are absolutely not just life-changing for me, but life-changing for the current students at Williamsburg. I built an amazing partnership with the School of Education at the University of the Cumberlands, and again, alumni are a huge focus. I've talked to our other local superintendents often and try to make sure that we are on the same page when making big decisions. Things like 2 years ago, no one ever dreamed we would have an active shooter situation and have to shut down a week in September. Well, working and collaborating with the people in the community is what made that possible for us to know how to make good decisions. So moving forward, I will continue that work. But also what's going on next here at Williamsburg. If I'm at the helm and I'm the leader of the district, we are going to continue vibrant learning because that's what also matters to kids. But we're already doing it. We're already doing those things, and we're making it matter for kids. We let kids have a voice. We let them say what they need. If we, even thinking back to the board meetings that we've had where students have felt comfortable to address the board about concerns, that actually makes me super proud. When I have a student willing to address us with concerns, that makes me extremely proud that their voices, they feel enough courage to do that. Here's where we will go next. Number one, right at the top of the list, improve communication processes. I've heard over the last 4 board meetings that is a request from the community. That will be a priority for me. Making sure that our families, students, staff, and other stakeholders have the opportunity to engage with me, but also our school leaders about what they feel like needs to change. I feel like one of the things that we've already shifted to, we've even made some district level changes to ensure that continuous public celebrations are at the top of our priority list. And I'm talking even down to a schedule of when these public celebrations will go out, because as Mr. Brock said earlier, if we don't tell our story, others will. And man, we've got some amazing things to celebrate. As part of the communication process, I have determined that I needed a platform to be able to engage with our stakeholders more often. And so I will send out a superintendent newsletter to alumni, to taxpayers, to families, and to our staff monthly. And in that, it will give me the platform to be able to share what's going on here, updates, but also to celebrate. And then we are working on an innovative, intentional connection platform to engage our alumni. I've had a dream since I've been here to create a video of just our alumni. talking about what made them a jacket and why they feel like being a jacket changed their life. And so I want to see that come to fruition, and we have a team ready to do that. And it's just being able to locate our alumni and being able to get them in here, or even I would drive to them to shoot a video. We will continue our continuous improvement processes for finance, creating systems so that, number one, to ensure financial transparency across the board. You're going to start seeing a lot of different reports that are on our website. So if you're curious about where money's going, it's going to be up there for you to find out. If there's ever a chance that you open up a financial document, you don't know what it means, what we want is for you to feel comfortable to make a phone call and say, hey, I don't understand this. Can you sit down with me? Can we schedule a meeting? And the answer is going to be yes. We want you to know where every single dollar is going. I'm super proud of the work we've done in finance, and although it may not feel like that right now, we are on the up and up. Dalton shared with me last week that next year we will end the fiscal year with almost over $600,000 more than we expected. So we are on the verge of greatness. And so I just want to do whatever it takes to prove that, to make sure people understand that. And then obviously we are always trying to fine tune how we onboard staff. We want to make sure our new staff feel like they're a part of the family, and creating new teacher orientation that goes throughout the year. So just making sure our teachers feel supported, providing them those supports, and then our ongoing tracking of student learning. I want to say this publicly, every Monday during the school year, we have a student learning team meeting. That meeting is not private. That meeting is open to anybody who wants to be a part of it. That meeting is truly where we just do brainstorming. We look at student data, we look at our processes, and we start determining, okay, what needs to be happening in a month from now. We start doing backwards planning. That happens every Monday from 3:30 to 5 p.m. That is open to anybody who wants to join us. Some days it'd probably be good if we had members. Look, they're looking at me like, don't do this. But some days it'd be good to have members to help us problem solve. But one of the things that I want the board to know that I would like to start, and if given another contract, one of the things that I would like for you to, approve for me to initiate is I want to start a superintendent advisory council. And that advisory council would be something that it wouldn't just be me choosing them. It would be the community choosing who wants to be a part of it. We would do a nomination and then a vote, just like we did with the 50-50 committee, where it gives an opportunity for community members, parents, guardians, students would be on that advisory council, teachers and leaders, and a board member to be able to be on that committee, to be able to advise me on things that, for example, social media is not our friend right now. Well, I would want some type of coaching on how do we mitigate this? What can I do to get in front of it? Can I make a phone call? Can I go visit with someone? But that's what the Superintendent Advisory Council would be doing, would advise me on what's being said out in the community, what are some things we can do differently, how can I be more transparent, what can I do to make sure that I'm the face for the district. And it would be stakeholders that the board sets that says, I want 2 of this type of person, 2 of this type of person, whatever. But it would be someone that I also would have report to you just like WEA is. And then one of the things that we are going to do, we've been doing it, but we're going to be more intentional and actionable, is making sure we build our local accountability measures truly the way it was intended, with community stakeholders being a part of the team. We will have 4 local accountability meetings next school year, 2 in the fall, 2 in the spring. And by the end of the year, our goal is to have those exit criteria. What does our community want for our students to be like when they graduate from here? And what will it mean to a student to have a Williamsburg diploma in their hand? If a student has a Williamsburg diploma, someone in the community needs to know, oh, if that student earned that, this is what that means. That means that they are work-based ready. They absolutely are college ready. And we'll start building those local accountability measures using what the commissioner has put in place for districts to do. Do you have any questions? Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Housekeeper. It's obvious that we have been doing a lot of exciting things at Williamsburg Independent Schools. I'm going to ask permission if we can change the order of this meeting. We are very pleased to have Judge Pruitt here with us today to help us bring in our new board member, but she also has other responsibilities. So if that is okay with everyone, I would like to suggest that we go into the action item of voting recommendation to fill the vacant board member position so that she can move on to other tasks that she has today. Is that okay with everyone?
Yep. Make a recommendation to vote for John Harris.
And do we have a second? Second. All right. We have acceptance of the new board member, and we have filled out the application, and he has fulfilled those obligations. And so now we need the swearing in and initiation of our new board member, John Harris. And we will need to vote on that. So may I have a motion?
Motion.
And a second, please?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. And the motion carries. Congratulations, John.
So, if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute to the best of my ability the office of member of the Williamsburg Independent School Board of Education, according to law. And I do further solemnly swear or affirm that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with deadly weapons, nor have I acted as a second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending. So help me God.
You need a chair.
Yeah, down on the
He
end.
needs a chair.
There's a chair right there, yeah. Welcome, John.
I didn't tell nobody you was my second.
Judge Pruitt, thank you so much for helping us today. We appreciate all the work that you do for our school. Thank you. We will move on to persons requesting to address the board. Are there any persons at this time? Let the record show that no persons are requesting today. Now we'll move to the consent agenda. And this includes the monthly financial report, treasurer's report, monthly balance sheet, May orders of the treasurer, monthly bills, and fundraiser. Do we have any questions regarding this before I ask for a motion? May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? You make a motion, John?
Yes.
I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. And the motion, nay? Okay.
I was so used to doing that.
Yeah. And the motion carries. We'll move on to the action items. The first is the approval of the proposed changes to the agriculture teacher contracted days for the 2026-2027 school year. Ms. Housekeeper, would you give us some information on this?
Yes, when you have an agriculture teacher, they have to be considered a 12-month employee. And in years past, we've had an ag teacher who had a 240-day contract that is not determined by the board or even approved by the board. But it is set by the Agriculture Commission, I think, Commissioner. But Ms. Shelley has reached out to that person and has gotten confirmation that if she reduced her days to 220, which was her request, by the way, she asked that she should only work 220 instead of 240 because it was eating up all of her time in the summer with her baby. So she has put together a proposal that I shared with you guys last week, asking and requesting for us to amend the salary schedule to make the agriculture teacher position be 220 contracted days instead of 240. So if approved, then we will change that on our salary schedule.
Are there any questions regarding this? May I have a motion to change the ag teacher's contract from 240 to 220 days?
I'll make a motion.
And may I have a second on that, please?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay, and the motion passes. The second item on the agenda is the approval to begin the search for a new financial auditor for the FY 2026 audit. And my recommendation there and our attorney's recommendation is for this to be tabled until the next meeting.
Who was our old one? What was her name?
Help us out, Dalton.
Allen and Associates. Out of Richmond.
Does this go out as a bid? Does this go out as a bid?
We have already handled the third item by swearing in our new board member. So we'll move on to the fourth, which would be approval to move into executive closed session for the purpose of superintendent evaluation and superintendent contract. May I have a motion for this?
I'll make a motion.
And a second, please.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And so the procedure will be that we will ask those not on the board to remove themselves from the room, and we will go into closed session. And then at the end of that closed session, we will we'll just determine what our decisions are, if there are made any. Okay? Thank you for coming today. We appreciate your support, especially in the summertime.
Williamsburg,